media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody. Oh boy, we have our work cut out for us today. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Before we get started, just have a couple little housekeeping notes to go over real quick. First of all, if you did not know this, I posted a... Oh, game audio is a little high. Shouldn't be, but I tested it beforehand, but turn it down just a teensy bit. But I posted a patron exclusive video yesterday. It is only about 20 minutes. It's nothing crazy. It's just a little mini analysis of something that I didn't think would do particularly well on the main channel, but you know, that's there for people who pay $3 or more, so just letting you know, since obviously didn't pop up on my actual channel. Other than that, we've got another stream coming up this Friday. Obviously, we're starting the Answer Arcs of Higurashi. That's good to note as well. And lastly, and this is a very important note, I'm gonna try to make the mods' lives a little easier today, but you know, we'll see what people will try to do. But last week we had, or well, not last week, but last time we had a bit of a hard time with people hinting at things and trying to spoil things. So just a reminder for you that, like, don't spoil shit, and don't even, like, do the, like, oh, smiley face, or this scene, or, oh, I can't wait for this part. Like, please don't do that. So, because it made the twist last time a little bit, I mean, it's still a good twist, but sucks that it was just kind of, like, telegraphed to me that it was about to happen. So, yeah, all that said, anywho, let's get right into it. Turnabout for tomorrow.
No one can escape their past.
I'll get to the donations in just a minute.
The sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. Oh. No matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky.
Yeah, I guess we're really getting to that, the reason for that M rating this time, huh?
It looms in wait for the day when we're forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow.
Wow. Real good. Very good intro. Okay, anyway, let me read these couple of donations, because I did also forget the one during the wait screen. Boggle with the $5. Your Honor, my client pleads oopsie daisies. Oh, well, in that case, that's fine. And Firesonic225 with the $10. Finally, Case 5 is here. Hype. I really hope you enjoy this case in this game. Thank you. Atropos, hold on. Let me see if I can join the chat on mobile real quick and pin that. I don't know if I can go back, but I will try. Let's see. Actually, where is it? Okay, there it is. Okay. It should be pinned now. No, I don't think you can only do it on mobile. It's just I think that it might only let me do it for some reason. But anywho. December 20th, 1:23 p.m., Write Anything Agency. Oh, right. I have to click back on the window, thanks.
They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment.
Damn. Oh no. He's so sad and alone.
After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be.
It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah, it seems so empty, too.
I just don't get it, Daddy. All your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid.
Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know.
But now, Athena is the one who's being accused.
During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Sullivan Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder.
I still have to say, I do think that that whole scene right there was really fucking suspect. Like, I'm holding on to that right now, that I'm just like, I'm very suspicious of that.
But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out.
What scene? The scene where Bobby comes in with the lighter, like, out of nowhere. Where he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I found this. It's just like, okay.
Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case?
You know, Daddy, if Athena was here...
Flawless Walrus, thank you for becoming a channel member.
She wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right? Right, Daddy?
Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy is right. The trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence.
Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that will prove Athena's innocence.
Great. But before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand.
Okay, so actually, let me check what we do still have. So the badge, obviously, the autopsy report, the Space Center diagram, the utility knife, the Launchpad 1 door, the security camera footage, the pamphlet, the capsule, or a statement about, yeah, the lighter, and the lighter itself. Okay, cool.
Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center.
Alright. Well, actually, no, before we go, let's just talk to Trucy. Like, Trucy gets so little content in this game as it is.
I still can't believe Apollo really left us.
It was so sudden.
Maybe he's gotten tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks?
I don't think it's your fault, Trucy.
But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault, I just know it. Oh, Apollo.
I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either.
How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy.
A conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure.
First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world, from Kiev to Carolina with the hot fuzz on our tails.
Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day?
Hey, wait a minute. Okay, that's all we get. So let's go to the Space Center. She had one relevancy when she was friends with Jinxie. I kind of forgot about that, to be honest. Oh, jeez.
Director Cosmos, do you have a minute?
Galactic scooter, full speed ahead!
He's just like, I'm fucking out of here.
Director! He scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today.
Firesonic225 with the $5. TBH kind of forgot Trucy's in this game and gonna chalk it up to a new magic trick she's trying out. Ah, yes, the magic trick that diminishes my plot relevance. Do you have anything new? No, you don't. Okay. Alright, well, boarding lounge it is. The creature.
We were here only yesterday.
Oh, hey.
Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. Can't thank you enough. Except, What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. Unless I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying.
Oh, no.
She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. Yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile.
She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena.
There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind.
We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck.
Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to.
So about the murder.
Still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea.
Whoa! IVP with the $50, holy shit. Throwback to Mia's whole shtick about the worst of times, the biggest of smiles. Yeah, it's really sweet. Genuinely, like, I will say, for as many, like, nitpicks with, like, story and, like, characters as I've had throughout this game generally, and some of those nitpicks do pertain to Athena herself. I genuinely think, like, Athena is by and large, like, my favorite character in this game. Even though I think she does get a little shafted here and there. But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
So there was never gonna be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. And it's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes, when you're worth less than space debris.
Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole.
Well, That's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female? Tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened up the door here as they made their escape. The door to
Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around.
Oh, hey, what? What's this?
I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It is a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way.
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. So, this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So, when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So... we still got stuff here, I guess? I don't know. I've gone through all your stuff. I don't know if there's anything in particular that I need to present to you at the moment. Whoops. I guess I will try this. Nah. I was just curious if anybody would have anything to say about that. No, I know. I did look at the objective tracker. It's just saying to talk to Space Center staff. But I don't know if anybody else is gonna appear if I go back. Oh, okay. Well. Is he back?
Curse the wretch who sullied my good name! Reverse course and full speed away!
Director Cosmos, wait!
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
The mobility system has been compromised!
Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires.
She fucking slashed his tires.
Oh my god.
And the streak continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together. It's been an honor.
Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up. What?
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably.
Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner.
Let's go! Yeah!
No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psyche lux if I want to get to the bottom of this.
But do I have enough evidence for it right now? Find out why the launch pads were really switched. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's give it a look and see what we can get. We'll probably have to look around a bit, though.
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads.
I refuse! You can't make me! I can hold out longer than anyone!
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it?
To save the astronauts, yeah.
Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, which does that for some reason, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
I mean, are we gonna imply that Clay helped with that? Because I can't think. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Hat. First Sonic 225 with the $5. IDK if it's just me, but I always said Cyclox without just making the E sound, so I'd call them Cyclox. Yeah, I used to do that as well, but like when I was younger, but like, I don't know, like the Psyche just makes more sense to me because it's literally like a lock of the mind, like a mental lock. So it just makes sense to me to say that like, oh, it is a Psyche lock. Okay, yeah, let's try it, I guess.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Someone please help this poor prisoner of war!
How was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because... I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut's safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums that everybody's talking about these days.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you what?
Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said, "It's been a while." And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. It was the courtroom bombing, wasn't it? That's when you were dealt a major blow. Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense.
I can't remember. Yeah, it has to be more something more relevant to him. I am blanking on terms. It's been a minute and a half. Sorry, this is just me having a brain fart moment. Disadvantage of playing this game weeks spaced apart. Omega Records with the $10. Glad I could make it to stream today. Almost crazy to me that you made it this far. I can still remember first DD vid drop. Hope you enjoy everything past Case 4 and beyond to some of my favorite stuff. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah, Hat 2 is current case. The Hat 1 is the one where it almost killed Starbuck. Right.
The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation now know it as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage. Murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle.
I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Wait, what? Am I forgetting something? He thought the culprit was convicted. Yeah. I mean... Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's literally right in his description, sorry.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in the case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
How do you keep seeing straight through me?
The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads.
Oh, flashback time?
We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago. You mean that so-called Hat 1 miracle?
The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy.
Ooh.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all.
Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage.
The same MO as this time.
Yes,
Here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
I don't know about that.
but there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed, and then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO. Advance warning of the sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans. Just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. And that's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from the boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign at the door to launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran.
Ario Ants with the $5. Hey, I'm here for my bi-weekly catch-up on DD's plot. In turn, here's my bi-weekly, but from an ACE donation of appreciation. Thank you. I appreciate it. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well, until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort... Terran is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for!
Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in the blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So, what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe at Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, you could make it look like you rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost in that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens.
Wait, what? Oh shit! Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communications system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch, just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion.
And planted the bomb then?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. If they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Then, the spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once.
The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too.
So if we can find this Phantom...
That's right. We can clear Athena's name. And then, there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too.
What about it?
Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though.
I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without the handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in!
all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl. I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy?
Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the HAP 1 mission, too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a HAP 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. He's just gonna stay there. It's a little mesmerizing, honestly. Calming. Listen to those tranquil birds. Jeez. Okay. Let's go to the museum.
Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There. That's the HAP 1 exhibit.
Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team.
There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Laura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before.
Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article, too. HAT 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage.
They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
Must be the HAT 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by a HAT 1 team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Who? What?
Oh, hi. I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, Miss Woods. What brings you here?
I heard Thena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene.
You must be so worried. But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Thena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
What? She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail?
Thena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Thena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Starting to get kind of the picture.
A sad memory? Can you tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
The same time frame as the HAT 1 launch.
Thena's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
That's what I thought.
What? After it happened, Thena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd
see her in 7 years was during Prof. Court's case?
That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it.
Firesonic225 with the $5. Starting to think it's mandatory for people, especially lawyers and Ace Attorney, to have a traumatic past. I mean, yeah, you know. Very shonen of them.
She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research.
I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Thena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look! There's Thena's mom! The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Matus.
Is it Matus? Metis? I think Matus. I think. Chat, help me out, please. Please. Just waiting a second. Metis. Okay, gotcha.
That's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hab 1 launch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
So this is the murder director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. Hope we can fit it all in before the day is through.
The detention center first, then. First, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over.
Oh boy. This is probably gonna be rough.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer! Fancy meeting you here!
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. You're on business?
To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Toney.
The one behind the courtroom bombing incident?
He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible. What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself?
Really? Us? You sure?
I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
There he is.
You! What nerve you have to come here! You're here to laugh at me, I suppose! Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was.
But that's who blew up the courtroom.
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psyche locks. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me. I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though.
Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated.
That's crazy. I didn't expect all of this to come back around so much, but I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Twister's 4 with $5. I need to see this man obliterated for hurting my sweet baby boy Apollo. I am mentally unwell about Polly. Well, I mean, if he keeps toying with that bomb, maybe you won't have to do it. Well, other bombs, maybe. Whichever.
Anything but that!
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go.
What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning's over to see her.
And after we came all this way, too. I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
Oh well. I'm not inherently against the idea of out-of-order case stuff, because I think telling a story out of order in some ways can be very interesting, depending on how exactly you execute it and, like, for what reasons. But
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots.
Daddy, look! Over there!
oh, hey, it's Apollo.
So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right?
Yo, it's you! Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy, and Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Oh, whoops. Sorry, hold on just a second. Accidentally yanked the mic cord. Get over there. Ugh. Okay, there we go. Oh, shit. No! What was the line? And suddenly... Oh, wait. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after.
Daddy, say something to her.
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right?
The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you?
What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate's more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate?
I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena?
All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk.
Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay?
Mr. Tarrant? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost.
Mr. Tarrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Tarrant. Mr. Tarrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Tarrant.
I guess Clay intends to hang around here to haunt that princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her, too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, so no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago.
Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago?
Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better.
Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story.
But Miss Aura, that is private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Yes! Who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wait, blast processing? Oh my god! A funny Sega Genesis commercial reference, I guess.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much younger then.
Yikes. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Aha!
Metis? She just glanced over at her desk.
Oh, you... Uh-huh.
Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the 2 navigation companions are all that's left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone?
We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you.
What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Twister's 4 with the $2, so that's why the director is named Yuri. Oh my god. That was actually really, like, that was pretty grounded. I quite liked that little moment. That was good.
Kronko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better.
What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies.
What do you mean by that?
The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies really are just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them.
I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things.
But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway?
Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case.
So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too.
I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is? Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems.
That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it?
I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure.
I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said. Give himself an edge in court.
Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique.
Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated him more like how a loyal samurai would treat a sovereign.
He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
He even got along well with that miserable little princess.
Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway?
Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all. Although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around?
Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into her yesterday. It all makes sense now.
So the culprit behind the 2 cases could be the same. That settles it then.
What does it settle?
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway?
What? But we came here to take a look around.
You think you can just waltz in here and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant!
We're not the police, so we don't have one.
Then get out. Now! Klonko, show them out.
Certainly, Miss Aura.
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies. I am just following orders.
Ah!
What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
Why was Apollo going along with her?
I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky?
I'm going to keep an eye on him.
Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone.
Well, it was nice having you be relevant while you could, Trucy, but now you have to leave.
Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. Then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here?
Oh, what? No, 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 no! No, you can't be serious, no! Help me, the little doodle from fucking Justice for All, fuck. I haven't gotten to do a Maya voice since I did that one-shot stream of fucking, Oh, Jesus, why am I blanking on the fucking name all of a sudden? Turnabout Goodbyes. Yeah. Shit. Fuck. Okay.
Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me?
I know this handwriting.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird is par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift.
No!
Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's...
I think they typoed that.
Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Psyche Locks. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
No. No! No, this can't be! This can't be! Ah! It's Pearl! Holy shit!
Oh, it's you, Pearls!
The fucking rendition of With Pearly! Fuck! No! Oh my god! I did not expect this at all! Okay, yeah, it's fan service, but like, fuck it, right? Like, I'm so with you. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I guess, by the way, like, yeah, oh god, it's been so long. Does she have a profile yet? No, she doesn't. I forget how old she would be here. It literally just looks like they just gave her an extra strand of hair, though. She looks almost identical, which is very funny to me. But anyway. She'd be about 17. Yeah, she does not. She does not seem like she is that old.
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
Well, I guess I actually should give her a slightly more mature voice now than the tiny little girl voice that I gave her back in the retrospectives. Kitty with the 2 pounds. The little baby is all grown up. Oh. Wah.
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter?
There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S.
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said that she'd come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. I am Pearls, thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center.
I am literally about to cry, dude. Fuck. Okay. Pearl, have you seen my attorney's badge? How long has it been since I showed you?
When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories.
I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time.
I'm glad I can help again.
Thanks. You always provide such great assistance.
I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard.
I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now.
Lord Omega 12 with the $5. Pearl ran all the way across the Pacific to deliver Maya's letter because she didn't know what a boat was. I'd believe it. Yeah, let's talk to her a little bit.
Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya?
Yes, quite a while. She used to drop by the office sometimes to say hello. But she hasn't been by recently. Wonder what she's been up to these days.
To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's growing really tired of the vegetarian diet.
I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then.
Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain.
Hope she tips them well then.
Your hair's nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick.
Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm going to be in court.
Do you make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated?
No, that's not exactly my intention.
Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says, anyway.
She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane.
Fucking just imagining like Maya like talking to a bunch of strangers about Phoenix, like, oh yeah, you know, he puffs himself up, he's like a fucking rooster. Oh my god, that's really oh Jesus Christ. Okay, let's God, I got so distracted by yeah, let's go back to the space center. I didn't know if it wanted me to go anywhere in particular in the center, but okay, yeah, so nothing at the entrance, obviously. Let's go to the boarding lounge. Nope, it's just the museum, then. No? What? Then I guess we'll go to the detention center? Okay. Fair enough. Oh, he said the detention center. Listen, sorry. I was so wrapped up in the moment.
Well, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about.
Who is this? All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Okay, it was Aura. I see.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Blackwell, don't you think that that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow.
When there's no tomorrow.
What is she talking about?
We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
Alright, fine. So you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I can.
Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Donna. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning.
What?
Oh, yeah.
He did. You bounced back to business quick.
Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the right thing to do. It was the just thing to do.
But as a result, Sykes Donor was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence.
No, I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Donor.
This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you?
You villain.
Where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right?
No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops.
Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault.
Could you tell me who this Phantom is?
And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
God, the guest is leaving.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Donor's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you! There he goes.
No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little bit more about that old case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident.
Oh no, it's more fucking letters! Oh. DL6, SL9, UR1. What's next?
Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
Two pieces of evidence, huh? Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they?
Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage?
Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Probably on account of the fact that in the original version of the game she was Japanese.
Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, Detective?
The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room from across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took.
Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something.
She was likely meant to be traditionalist, but yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Considering the, yeah. With the window design and the kimono and everything. Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he?
Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches.
What did you just say? Execution date?
What? Did I say something? No, never mind me. You didn't hear a thing.
So, he was given the death sentence.
Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow.
What? Tomorrow? No.
Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow.
But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago?
Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge.
But that would be unthinkable! We have to do something! Right now!
I want to do something, I want to, but... You're a lawyer, you know how hard it is to overturn a decision.
I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight?
You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative, not even his own sister could persuade him.
Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow.
Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding!
That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now.
Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are...
Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction?
Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taking the visitors as hostages.
They did what? No. Trucy!
We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle.
Hello? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening?
Riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage?
Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans! You've even taken hostages already!
Stay away from it. You never know what it will do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me?
I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own?
Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here?
Pearls, over here!
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Clonko seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I...
Error.
Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him.
It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired.
Clonko?
Human beings are our enemies. It's time for machines to take over.
Ah! The robots are rebelling!
Everybody run!
Sorry, I didn't mean to make that noise in particular, but then it cracked me up.
It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world!
How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling the... Oh.
Wait a second.
I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1. Come here, I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? There's something being displayed on Clonko's face screen.
I'm just making an assumption on that voice-wise, but I mean, I feel like given certain visual tells...
It's the Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Oh wait, well, this is over the screen, so...
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Trucy! Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. The researcher is the one behind it. She's here Gah, this girl talks too much.
Trucy! Trucy, talk to me!
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Taryn's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena.
Now hold on just one moment. I can't give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No! Wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but...
But you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up on the hostages either.
Of course I won't! Now I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
Have no idea yet. But this hostage taker. Could it be?
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all of the hostages!
Okay, yeah, that definitely makes it really obvious that it's her.
Princess. Hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip.
I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls?
Prosecutor Blackwell.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else.
All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case.
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just
are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but we could at least find out the truth.
That's good! Real good! Hey, detective! I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
Well, 1 hour? But that's impossible! Please give me at least until tomorrow!
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait! If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot Police, make way! We're coming through!
Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in!
Damn. Damn. This is fun. I quite like this case so far.
Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was even like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright,
Ah! It's the hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest?
Wait. No! No! Are you fucking serious? Yes! Fucking let's go!
I trust you've been well, right?
Yeah! Fuck!
Edgeworth! What are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor. But now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's go, dude!
Pretty soon it'll be a year, right?
A title's nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss?
Oh, you look so good. I like your little dad reading glasses look. You look, oh my god, he looks so much like his fucking dad. He looks so much like Gregory, shit. Oh, man.
So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth?
The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case.
Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top.
I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help.
I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Meta Sykes.
Yeah, Athena's mother.
7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room I see.
I also have the autopsy report for you. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene.
Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture.
The body was found by a Space Center staff member. and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the HAP-1 launch.
Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too.
A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor.
I hear his trial was over in a flash.
Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too.
The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why.
So that means he must still be hiding something.
Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public.
Yeah, I know. That part was about the part was about the spy, right?
Right. How on earth do you know about that?
Director Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the HAP-1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But, if you can prove that the HAT-2 bombing is the work of the same spy,
We can stay the execution.
it's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can.
Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
But let's talk to Edgeworth. Well, I wanna present some things to Edgeworth real quick. I just want to get some more dialogue out of him.
Must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back.
Yeah. It's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through.
No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you.
Nah, I was the one that made the decision.
But now you can stand in court once again. And you can mow them down just like you used to.
Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation?
Oh, man. Okay, what else can I show you? Let's see. What do you think of this elephant, Edgeworth?
Right. Please stop presenting random evidence just to see how that person
Will react! Okay, called out, I guess.
But that's the thing. I need to see how people will react in order to question them.
And what if it's evidence that person isn't privy to?
That doesn't happen. Much.
You never change. And I'm afraid I'll never understand your assortment of oddball clients either.
That's very funny. I don't think you can present profiles, no. Moonlight. Okay, well, anyway. Let's see. Show him the autopsy, he'll update it for you. Jesus. Okay, let's get examining. God, there is a lot to look at here. Okay. Hold up. Oh, adjust my headphones. Okay.
Laura's desk is a mess. Though that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do. Pearls, she is not straight.
Oh, my mistake.
Mattis. She just glanced over at her desk. It's Meta Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother
died, Miss Aura was confused.
So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura.
With the loss, she exhibited a severe...
What is that? Hold on. Give me a second. I have to make sure of this. Katek. Oh, let me. Hold up.
Catecholamine.
Okay.
With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me. Searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh?
That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created.
Ponko series features can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Oh, wow, okay. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. These... I have a feeling that these facts will become relevant in some way, for sure. I am already thinking ahead as to how that will end up being used.
Heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be even more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Kinda sounds like these robots can do what Athena does.
Phoenix, what did you mean by that? Okay, let's see.
It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body. It was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch the...
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving! It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble...
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button.
Wait a second. Hold on. Huh. 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 Well, anyway.
That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls.
Okay, let's see. Let's check the box.
An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation.
The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down.
don't see anything else on this side of the room that I can look at. Whoops. Hold on. Okay. Let's check this out then.
This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron JT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet.
He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either.
They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room.
So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
So, the person who stole it was killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit.
Interesting.
What's this? It looks like a giant power plug.
It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh?
Oh, damn. It's lagging for a bunch of people, I guess. Huh. That sucks. I don't know why it keeps happening here and there. Because there shouldn't be anything else going on our internet at the moment. But, weird. But, yeah, if it seems to be fixed now, hopefully, it should be fine. Stream is fine after refreshing the browser. It's better now. Might just be YouTube. Yeah, interesting. Because, yeah, when it happened last time, like the last time you guys told me that there was a blip, on the VOD, that whole, like, that little bit literally just skips, I noticed. It's really weird. So yeah, hopefully that doesn't keep happening.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in.
Maybe it's recording software? I'm not recording. I am only streaming.
We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs.
That's not fair. I wouldn't push Pearl down a flight of stairs. I might push you down a flight of stairs, though.
It's happened in other streams too, I think, but it's like once a stream. Yeah, I remember. Hopefully, yeah, it does just stay to that one, though, because a blip there isn't, like, really the biggest loss or anything, if it was just a few seconds right there.
It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule.
Oh, he calls her Pearls, too.
It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. Oh my god, excuse me.
The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body.
The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me.
So, they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule?
Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how did you know?
Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all.
So, he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Right, does he hate you?
Does he want to kill you, man? What? No, I mean, I'm pretty sure. He did punch me that one time. Well, I guess that's about it for this room.
So, what do you think, right? Any ideas?
There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
Oh, did he now? Interesting.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep, the Blackwell case.
Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion.
Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time.
That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law.
Lord, to make it 12 with the $2, right? Why is our son bandaged? Is he hurt?
Is our son okay? Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him.
Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now.
Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details.
Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore.
He's not only become an attorney for Edgeworth once, but twice. That's true! Oh my god! He got his job for Edgeworth, and then he got his job back for Edgeworth. You are not beating the allegations, man. Oh, Logan, we're talking about Apollo, not Trucy.
Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason that I returned. Time to bring it to an end.
Oh, fuck, yeah! Oh, God, that was a long time ago. Shit.
I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
I mean, he never denied the allegations. That's, you know, fair enough. True.
The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And in the dialogue in this game. For some reason. And I hear there are more false charges in fabrication of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case, and Prosecutor Blackwell's.
Oh. No mention of Kristoff, though, I guess.
It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and Before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
Famously, a prosecutor has never been convicted of murder before. Yeah, exactly. No, I do genuinely think, like, obviously, as far as, like, my actual perspective on this game goes, like, obviously I do have a complaint that they have the weird spoiler rule where they can't mention things from past games. So this is more of a view in my own head of things rather than, like, what the game is actually doing. But I would have to think that, like, you know, instead of being like, oh, this one case ushered in this dark age of the law or whatever, I would have to think that, you know, similar corruption in the past would have, like, an accumulating effect on this. Like, yeah, stuff like Gant, stuff like Von Karma, stuff like, obviously, Kristoff. I would think especially Kristoff, in fact, because you have, you know, two of the best defense lawyers in the country, and they're just, like, completely, like, from an outsider's perspective, it would just look like they're completely fucking around with each other, and, like, just turning the law into, like, essentially, like, weaponizing the law against each other, in, like, this big, like, fucking dick measuring contest. So yeah, I would imagine if I were a citizen in the AA universe, seeing the whole Phoenix and Kristoff thing play out and how that ended up, I would also be like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, this court system is fucking terrible. I mean, it was already terrible before that point, but, like, especially that would just be, like, it's almost farcical at that point. Like, it's really at the point where you're just like, there is literally no reason to have faith in any kind of institution like this. It is literally just a fucking circus. Like, even the lawyers can't keep it under wraps. Like, they're literally willing to drag innocent people into a fucking clown show just to get at each other. But anywho.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage-taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage-taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister, and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So, I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it will be good to face you in court again.
Okay, that's fun. That's a fun way to sort of do the. I assume that's how they're going to do the 2 trial days, while also still being the 2 trial days, quote unquote, while still accounting for the fact that Blackwilla's execution date is tomorrow. Flawless Walrus with the Canadian $5. Phoenix needs to run ads like, was your case 3 to 7 years ago? Call the right anything agency. Old cases he has no way to look into are his forte. Yeah, true. Jeez. Mark Zero, I don't know because I don't know exactly what the whole format of this case is going to be like, but I mean, I'm still going to keep going for right now, for sure.
She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant.
Because you're my friend, and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's all right. But there's some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure. You can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyway.
Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes?
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. Didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory's vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means... what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her, but will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized that, yeah, Ponko and Klonko look actually quite similar to Widget in some ways. With the little face screen, especially. Damn, I didn't even think about that before.
So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Trudging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about how you always wear headphones?
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones.
Monsieur, yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I would have assumed. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't, like, dislike that explanation, but I do dislike that we didn't learn the information that would make that make sense until a game that came out, like, several years later. You know? It just, like, something about it just doesn't quite sit right with me. Like, if it were planned, like, right from the beginning and they released those games in sequence, and it was like, oh, we're just revealing this piece of information now, like, in the trilogy, which was a little bit more, the original trilogy, which was a little bit more sequential and planned around the same time, then I would have been more fine with it, but, you know, it's just like, I don't know. It just kind of seems like, you're like, I'm okay with the explanation sort of papering over later in some respect, but it does definitely feel like it is papering over something that was not going to be explained before.
She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are Widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me. In her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her the paper I found in the robotics lab.
Okay, let's see. Wait. Hold on. I'm just looking over the evidence again real quick. To see if there's anything else that I want to show her. But I don't know. We'll look at this.
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
Seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. Hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was.
Looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko."
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. Looked just like magic to me what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages?
I guess I'd better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago.
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might...
Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then?
Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her, and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow.
Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago.
Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about?
She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Quills is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now.
You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
It doesn't seem like Athena knows. The prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned that there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell.
I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was? I wonder if he smiled. Like he used to. Back then.
If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here.
Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble.
We are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway.
Nah. My phone. It's from Trucy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait! We still have a little more time! Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now.
Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get any more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do.
The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird is par for the course with you.
A courtroom. Blew up. That's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all!
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it! Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? Wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away.
You didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending.
What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell?
I indict Athena Sykes. On the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena?
Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else has to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Oh shit. Oh no! Oh god!
No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh man. Okay. Oh boy. Don't worry, I'm Hollis. You don't have to warn me about that. The rest of the chat, sure, but I'm fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, let's keep going. I can't just stop there. I did a little research.
I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide.
Huh? Sounds very low, Stu. What do you mean, Mooney? I'm not quite sure what you are getting at there.
If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of.
So, even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks.
According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good.
Gee. Thinking again about Kristoff's breakdown.
Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right. But will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
They have to give an excuse for why Pearl can't be your bench partner for this case. Oh well.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground.
Yeah, sorry about that, Adrian, but yeah, just try to be a little, just try to be aware. Not to be too harsh to people, but I have asked for the timeouts just because there were several people last time especially that were being really deliberately obtuse about it. Like, even when directly asked multiple times. So, we just gotta be a little vigilant.
Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Okay.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
The old head shake.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell's refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Oh.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
Oh, let's go.
The prosecution is also ready.
This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell.
I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is.
To put it simply,
A spy.
The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
no need for the chief prosecutor bit, Your Honor.
Kitty with the 5 pounds. Judge.
If you two are quite done being gay for 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but that probably lasts a lot longer.
Oh, I see. I thought it was like a status effect sometimes when you see a beautiful man, you know. Everybody becomes gay for 5 minutes, once in a while, right? That happens to everyone, right? Guys?
Anyway, I'm here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Oh, of course. You're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Well, let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor.
Athena's mother.
Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2. This photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see.
The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years.
New testimony. And just who is this witness, anyway?
Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust.
What are you doing here?
I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonco.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes! And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment.
I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes.
At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case.
I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure.
That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi?
That's what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother, or are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself.
The bandanity with the $3. Oh, that newfangled therapy gobbledygook. Yeah, you know.
But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the note.
Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
It's a clever theory, but it doesn't look like they have any solid proof. If I push, maybe I can uncover some flaws in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start pressing on all of these.
Hold it!
So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else?
Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe.
And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less. I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating.
I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. Someone else is at the scene of the crime. I see, blah, blah, blah.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" Cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos.
She has? And what is that conclusion?
You're the one with her notes.
Oh, right, of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. Inside, that's why.
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases?
Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box.
Oh yeah! Way to ruin the memory of a good day.
Edgeworth, like, oh yeah, when we went to our daughter's show together. Oh right, that's right. Yeah.
A magic show? Oh, I wish you would have thought to invite me.
Actually, I would have liked to go too.
My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. Kinda be third and fourth wheel, but alright. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again?
Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
Jim Pop 45 with the $5. This is my favorite press up to this point.
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case?
Yeah. Why are you asking me this question? You were Phoenix Wright. What do you do if not bluff? Do it!
I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what is missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me compare the photos real quick. Wait. Wait a second. Hold on. Okay.
Lady Luck, don't fail me now. All right then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Did you fucking... I have to look at this one more time, I'm sorry. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna... Can you go to the photo where he's in the hallway? Yeah, sure. I mean, if I have it. I don't actually know if I... No, I actually don't think I have it. No. I don't think I... Yeah, I don't think I have that one. Well, anyway, I'm caught between, like, two things. But this one seems like the more obvious one to me.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the card in this photo. Okay, yeah. I wasn't overthinking it. Good. Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the card in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be?
Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which...
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain the part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is the robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belongs to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of this technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which the robot the arm belonged to. Okay. Let's see. Wait a second. Ah ha ha ha!
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
You got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by... I mean, I guess you could have dismantled her with the table thing. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case.
It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take that robot apart?
I suppose so. The joints aren't made of a very tough material. The blade could slice right through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean.
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this!
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes was never at the scene of the time of the murder.
Ah! My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Ah! Ah!
Order! Order in the court!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired him myself afterwards.
Yes, finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot.
All right. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside the case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense.
Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something. Or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and had a stain. The stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her, as part of her research.
Analysis showed that the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
Don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
A robot witness? Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So, why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you're at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I am Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want...
Oh, wait. Started doing the judge's voice for some reason. Sorry.
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Meta Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all.
This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today?
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon, there was no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What?
Oh no. Another skip? Damn. That's weird. Well, are we good? Are we... Yeah, it was just for a sec. Okay, well, yeah. We just... All it is just Ponko's testimony, I guess. So if it skipped anything in there, then we should be fine. Because we're just going to be going back through it anyway. Weird.
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down.
Hold on just a second. Want to do something real quick. Okay.
Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment.
June Pop 45 with the $5. Just Ponko's testimony? Robophobic behavior?
What? Before Miss Sykes hugs Dr. Sykes. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? Cross-examination would be useless.
Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless.
Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time.
Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time.
Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be.
Alrighty. Okay, went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Menace.
Hold it!
Okay.
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said that the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in. However, we could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Okay.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window, on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah? Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Okay, but about that.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what.
I mean, I would have to assume the victim moved.
An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult.
Yeah, exactly.
So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Whew. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say?
If the defendant could move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her.
Moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there.
I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to.
And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a
tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
The paper in the lab did mention something about that.
Okay, but here's the thing though. Yes, it does recognize by jacket ID tag, but it can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. So I don't think there's any way I still don't think that there's any way that Athena would be asking her to move the body, because why would she not have Metis's body registered as a face that she knows?
So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do?
Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table.
Yeah!
Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body?
Hold on. Yeah, actually, I do want to look at the photo again real quick. It doesn't look like her face is covered with anything.
This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko was equipped with the facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
Her face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell if it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Order? But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place?
You want a reason? Very well. I forgot.
What? You can't possibly have an explanation.
Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature?
I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right?
That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time. The table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
Oh no. Oh no, you can't be fucking serious. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh no. No. Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild.
No way. I refuse to believe it! Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace...
Prosecutor Edgeworth! if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can.
With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true! Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation.
But...
Writer for Life 724 with the $5. That's it, Edgeworth. You sleep on the couch tonight. The king bed is mine.
Oh, you were so in the doghouse for this one. Look, I'm just saying, it's a possibility. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
this just can't be true!
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but
there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing.
Oh? Who? Oh, shit!
Prosecutor Blackwell!
this is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling.
In other words,
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize that we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer, beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here! And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell! Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish...
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Oh shit. Athena! What are you... Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember? That horrible, horrible trial. Please! You have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago.
Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart!
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his will, as if he'll never let his secrets be known.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer. We're going to prove it.
What was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up.
Yeah, I mean, I already was thinking, like... Granted, being happy that Athena is there is not, like, too weird, I guess? But then it carries over into this, which is... And the next one, too, which is strange to me.
When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here.
But is there not? Do you not find that strange? Think we made a mistake? Okay, sure. Fine enough, I guess. Let's take another look. I mean, I think him being happy that Athena is there is weird. Like he's talking about killing her mother. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I just mean like in the sense that's like, oh, Athena, I like you. You're cool, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, let's try it, I guess.
Got it!
Okay, yeah, it is that one.
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that.
Okay, yeah. That adds up.
Yeah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in.
Okay. About that.
Got it!
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he?
I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
It went up. I've never seen it do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first?
I think we should probably go for his testimony first.
Okay, let's present some evidence here.
Got it. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back.
That is really interesting, to be able to flip back and forth between the two now. I kind of think that, honestly, from a gameplay perspective, I kind of wish that something like this had been done before. But... okay, so let's see. Of course I was worried. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Huh. I don't know, though. Like, looking at the evidence... Let's see. I don't know if... But, huh.
If you find an inconsistent statement, present evidence to the contrary.
Is there really a contradiction in his testimony, though?
Mr. Wright? If we can't find any contradictory testimony, we could try looking for inconsistent emotions.
Yeah, I wanna look at the emotions real quick, too.
Okay, maybe we better look for inconsistent emotions now.
Coming right up.
Okay. So, he was surprised and upset when he heard crying, which makes sense. He was surprised when he opened the door and hurried in. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. These don't register as strange to me. And yeah, there's nothing really particularly amiss about this either. Although, yeah, he is way more surprised here than he is here. Which, yeah, is strange. Let me try that, actually. Okay.
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, that toy figure, attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
M. Hollis, not quite, but also there's just, like, a lot of honorifics, like, a lot of overlap in honorifics. But yeah, I believe Zero is right there, that Sama is more about rank. Yeah, it's different connotations. There are a lot of honorifics in the Japanese language that have very, like, that are very strongly similar, but have different, like, distinguishing elements to the context that they're used in.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Oh, wow. 100% fucking percent.
It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp as and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time?
I mean, honestly, at this rate, I feel like we have to go for his testimony eventually, because if we don't dismantle some of the lies first, then I don't think we're going to be able to get to the emotional core at all.
I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Alright, let's give it a thorough check then.
Okay. Feeling of dread, just then... Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting into pieces. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, do we have another thing talking about the robots? Because I'm pretty sure that they can't do that, right? Or am I just am I just remembering incorrectly? I feel like they're not supposed to be able to do that. Yeah, it's like the first law of robotics, exactly. Huh. Also, yeah, wouldn't Ponko recognize Simon? I'm gonna press this first, but I am very suspicious about that. Oh no, wait, you can't press. Never mind. Yeah, okay, then let's try...
Objection!
Nope, I don't think so.
And what's your opinion, Chief Prosecutor? As always, I'm afraid the only thing that is logically inconsistent here is Mr. Wright himself. In that case, as always, I'll give Mr. Wright a penalty.
Alright, what should I tackle first this time? I don't know. Let's look at his testimony again, because I didn't get through the whole thing. Moonlight Mariposa with the $5. Hey, this scene has the best piece of dialogue for a wrong option, can I tell you? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Oh, we're not at that part yet? Yeah, be sure first, but... Alerts are way too loud. I will try to set them lower then real quick. Don't know why they would be, that's weird. Oh, whoops. I played a sample super chat, I guess. Sorry about that. Shoutouts to Kevin. Kevin's not real. Don't worry about Kevin, he's not real. Lord Omega 12 with the $2. Find the truth. My final donation. Best of luck. Thank you. Kevin is real to me. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Anywho, let's look at this real quick. Aura would be the kind of person to have her robots deliberately ignore the laws of robotics. I mean, yeah, true. If I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck after sex came in, or if you stand everything over, side no chance to become my mentor. Okay, yeah, so it really is just this bit here. Oh, but actually, yeah. That's a good point, though.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh, was that actually the one? The katana on that one? I think so? No. Okay, no. No, I mean, I know that the photo is correct because I got it, but I'm just saying, like, what, was that the... Yeah. We aren't there yet. Okay. Sorry, I got confused. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. No, I know that Mariposa was asking about a wrong option. I was just making sure that we hadn't passed that point yet, is what I was saying, Diara.
That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See, the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with... See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred from there to the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it? So then it must have been the victim's blood? That's right.
But if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency.
Well, let's just hold off on that for now, Mariposa, because we've had, some people saying that we haven't yet, so let's just hold off for the moment.
You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture.
What? But that couldn't be.
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now!
You have no idea what you're doing!
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you were on the witness stand. You were obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Uh-oh.
Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then I saw it. That terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of that curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
This voice. It hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside of him for all of these years?
And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright.
Let's see. The door. Is it gonna be this?
The root cause of all these emotions.
Is this? Okay, it's not gonna be that. Alright, got it. I was scared for a second. No, I know what probing is. Oh, okay, somebody else was asking. I see. It's not you. I mean, I don't think it's... I guess it could. I don't know. I feel like this is too simple. Yeah, it's definitely too simple. It couldn't be Ponko. I don't think so. Okay, no. Oh, whoops. Whoop. I don't think Athena would necessarily be the answer either. Oh, okay, never mind.
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all of my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me, too?
Yeah, that does make sense, Violet. I guess I just wasn't really thinking of it in that particular context.
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Donna? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Cause you Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy, and I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two,
Oh my god.
covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
"That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted." No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart. I So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena! As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. Murder. This assembly on an operating table. A scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
He loved me.
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Tune Pop 45 of the $2. Austin Auto Voice. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Thank you. Sorry if it was a little bit loud. I was a little closer to the mic than I hoped to be, but you know, the moments catch you off guard sometimes, so you can't really like run across the room real quick.
Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No. That can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you is real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No! Not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not... But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything! Even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work! The defense is... prepared to, present evidence.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Athena?
it's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it. No matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena, Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing me deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor.
Getting coy with the 5 pounds. That face when this bit hits right in the Kokoro when you're on the spectrum, and YDD has a special place in my heart. No, I'm feeling it. I really feel this scene. This is a really good scene.
Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright. Why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client, to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you've never changed, but could you actually have regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
Yo, they're not broken yet.
I did a little research. I looked into the special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos. But still.
You sure this is your first time your voice acting is just like during Yumi Neko? Well, thank you for the compliment, but yes, I have never played this game before. I am reacting as much as anybody else to what is happening right now while doing this.
That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
That's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
Okay, wow, that is a hefty ask right off the bat. Okay. The weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I mean, it sure is a big katana. I can't really think of much else that would be, like, suspect, I guess. Cause of death was stabbed into the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. Question, I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of it stabbing in deep, and I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Wait! It didn't go down the handle.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim? Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean?
Okay, yeah, so this is the one you were talking about. Saying the blood was wiped off the weapon was the funny wrong answer, right? Okay. Then let's get it on purpose.
The blood was wiped off the handle! Uh-oh. I got the humph treatment. I shouldn't have to explain the implications of your own argument to you, right? But all your claim suggests is that Miss Sykes wiped the blood off herself after the fact.
I knew that!
I know that bluffing your way through things is your calling card. But your credibility phoned just now and told me to tell you to put a sock in it. Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Holy shit. My guy. You were fucking whipped. And we didn't even need Franziska to be here for it. Oh my god. Jesus fuck. What did he mean by this? I think it was very clear what he meant by this. Okay, let's get the real answer.
Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time?
Fire Sonic 225 with the $5. It's canon now. That's it. We've been knowing.
This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right. Of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day?
Huh. Was there? Anything else sharp? Look, yeah, look at the picture. I mean, there is the equipment itself, I guess. But I don't know if that would be it. Because it doesn't look like it has any blood on it or anything. I mean, I guess there is the utility knife, like, saying the utility knife, but that's related to the current case, and it's not... I mean, it says it's from a set of utility tools used by the Space Center techs, but I don't know if that's necessarily relevant. But then again, I do have to wonder why it was kept in the court record at this point if it wasn't going to be relevant, too. Wait, look at the description. It says has the victim's blood on it. I'm sorry, were we not talking about... Was the item description not talking about clay there, though? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that's... yeah. Yeah, it is talking about clay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just... yeah. I mean, I guess technically if it was, like, because, yeah, I know that it says it's from a set of utility tools but used by the techs. But I'm just like, the thing that bothers me about that is just that it hasn't really... I guess just, yeah, it just hasn't been brought up in this context, I guess, so that does irk me a little bit. Oh, wait. Okay, no, you got me on that one. You got me on that one. Oh, it literally shows up right there, too. I should have just gone, like, one screen over.
Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but...
Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I see.
I do have a piece of evidence just like...
If I had literally just gone, like, 3 lines over, if I had just kept reading, then I would have literally known exactly what they were talking about. Oh my god. Oh well.
Other than the katana, there is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
Yeah.
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to the Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents.
Oh, okay. Yay. What's the empty spot then?
You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design on these handles?
Literally, it's a blank space! Edgeworth, you don't think I'm that dumb! I really dearly hope that you don't think I'm that dumb.
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them.
I see that they do. But what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Well, I think this one is rather obvious, but I don't know which piece of evidence it wants me to show for that. I mean, I guess it would just be this, because it's the clearest view of the logo that we have. But I mean, it's very obviously the logo.
Take
So let's try it.
And what design is this supposed to represent?
Okay, yeah, it was right.
The GAXA logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. And as you're aware, GAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
Look at how brightly the GAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going.
GAXA, huh? Is that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
I think I see it now. But
Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo was missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot...
Yep.
It would complete the GAXA logo.
So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using this utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes!
Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon?
Oh, come on, Edgeworth. You know, dude, you have literally been through a letters incident yourself, sir. You were like, oh, I thought I shot my dad. I definitely shot that gun off. That bullet definitely had to have gone somewhere. And yeah, it did go somewhere. Into someone else. It is the exact same fucking thing, dude.
What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife?
Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument?
I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you've just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright.
The current problem with that is that, as far as we know currently, no one else was there at the lab. I mean, yes, but, like, obviously the end of the argument still is going to be positing that somebody else was responsible, I would think. So, like, I don't know. I mean, you know, sure, maybe I'm thinking ahead, but I feel like it's obvious that that's what our assertion would be.
By forcing us to forget the facts of this case, need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands?
No.
It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there.
See, yeah, I don't believe that.
You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother.
I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back.
It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Believe it. It can't be true. But what if...
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
I disagree.
Is giving up really the only option?
Mia, come back! You have to help us.
No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm.
Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix! If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly!
Oh yeah, it's the fucking Danganronpa car segment of my brain.
I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Don't know. A third person was at the scene. Oh yeah. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection.
I mean, I guess they could have posed as Metis.
If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim.
It could have been her jacket. Yeah, could have been her jacket. With the ID tag.
The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How'd the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab?
The real culprit.
That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. He was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright's finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations.
You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes! What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Huh. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay?
Mr. Tarrant? But that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
Oh, the fucking coat! That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also had a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer!
But that's... impossible!
A mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes.
Oh shit, that was the, that was the mask on the wall!
I remember.
Athena! What is it?
Oh yeah, and it is a no mask. It's a fucking theater mask. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool.
I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
The black psyche locks. They're breaking.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened that day my mother was murdered.
They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Pongo to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom. So I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit!
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No. I'm afraid I don't.
few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
This mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
A phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is...
You see? This is precisely why I can't trust this court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict!
Miss Blackwell, this is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena, I'm so glad for you.
More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Menace. And then, Mommy Menace fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Menace was really the killer in disguise...
Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.?
Let's see. Let's look at the photos. Whoops. I'm gonna save here real quick because I'm kind of low on health. Whoops. I mean, yeah, the mask is there. I guess that could be related, question mark? But... Or, well, no, I'm thinking of the wrong way about this. Rather, this.
Take that!
No. Well, actually, obviously, that makes sense, because we only saw the mask in the actual picture. It wouldn't have, like, been something that I could have pointed out myself. I can't literally be like, I saw it in my mind's eye, Your Honor. I don't think it would be this, but maybe? I don't...
Take that!
No, okay, yeah, it's not that. Oh, whoops. Don't save. Load. Huh. it would be that. Span time of death between 1 and 3. I mean, maybe it would be the security footage, but I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Take that!
Oh, okay.
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident, at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then?
I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check.
They didn't check? What do you mean they didn't fucking check?
Just as I thought. So, if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Yeah, this... I have to say, that does actually bother me. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean they didn't check?
Very well then, let's take a look.
There! Please stop it right there.
I mean, sure, yes, I understand that it is a rushed investigation and they had a killer that confessed, but I don't know, just even that is like, it seems so desperately unthorough. I don't know, like, I understand the plot explanation, it just still seems really stupid to me.
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him! I'm sure of it! He's wearing my mother's jacket! I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. Oh, yeah, flashback line, sorry. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes?
Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Look, guys, I'm hearing you. I told you that I understand that. I'm just saying that from a narrative point of view, yeah, it is a little silly to me. I gave you my reasoning.
He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and the mask that were there in the lab.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab with her for her regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time.
No worries. I didn't, you know, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't gonna, like, keep circling around it.
All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edward's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did he get it back to the lab?
Let's see. Killer brought it back. I mean, I don't know. That seems strange to me. The victim brought it back. Well, no.
defendant brought it back. Yeah, Metis was like, oh shit, my jacket, right? Like, just like, hold on, I got it, please give it back. I need that. I don't know why Athena would either, though. I mean, especially because she was knocked out. And then she would. The only option seems to be the killer. Firesonic225 with $5. The killer must have realized that taking the coat without asking first is stealing and therefore a crime, so brought it back to be nice. Oh yeah, good point. Okay, well then just...
The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene.
Okay, yeah, I had actually kind of started to think about that myself, but that was very funny timing.
So, the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back?
The body was found at the time of the murder. Well, I mean, not at the time of the murder, so when the body was found.
The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body!
I would never have thought of that!
I mean, yeah, we're literally talking about a spy.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Have-1 launch.
Oh, no!
One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
I can't believe it. It's over. I won! I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no further need to prolong...
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena is the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her! Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? All right. There is something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, Donna. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years ago. 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for. From even behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then, one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for the proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording, using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat-1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who's to say? Well, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you?
Lord Omega 12 with the $5. Sorry, but one final donation here for my favorite song in the game, Phantom Unknown. Yeah, this theme is really good.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Yeah, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight.
Interesting. Okay, hold up. When I can... Oh, okay, they're gonna go over it. Never mind. I was about to see if I could go to the court record and look at it, but they're just gonna do it here anyway.
Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
No emotional fluctuation? Huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom, indeed. A fitting name for one who's brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I'll now give my verdict.
Yeah, I thought so.
You?
Apollo?
Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
Damn. Okay, so we're going, like, yeah, so it just goes on to the court section, just continues. Okay, here's my question to the chat. And obviously, yeah, okay, yeah, court never ends, sure, right. It just goes, okay, fair. Obviously don't spoil me on any of the actual events. But I'm giving special permission for one particular piece of information just to know. How much of the runtime is left of this game right now? You could definitely get another stream's worth out of the rest of the case. One more court section, long. There's enough for a full stream. I want to say an hour and a half, a lot. At least a couple hours. There's a lot more. There's a lot left. I'd say probably 2 to 3 hours. Okay. I think then that, yeah, this is probably going to be a good place to stop. Hate to do it, but being that, yeah, there is that much left, then we should probably leave off for here. I, aside from, like, some small nitpicks here and there, I am really, really liking this final case a lot. This is a really, really good final case so far. It's really strong. Obviously, I don't think I'm going to be able to form, like, full opinions necessarily of everything until I get to the end and see how it all wraps up, but I do think that this is by far the strongest part of the game for me. At least so far. Unless, you know, it just, like, completely fucking bungles it next time somehow. But I kind of doubt that. So, yeah. Really, really good. And now, if you will give me just a moment, I will pull up any art if we have any art tonight. Okay. Okay, let's see. Got that. Let's check Tumblr real quick. Okay, nothing on Tumblr. Let's check the Discord server real quick, just to make sure. And yeah, nothing new in the Discord. I think it is probably just this one piece of art that we have this time then. Which is fine by me. But yeah, let's go ahead and get it up. And show it off here. We have one piece of fan art today from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts. On Blue Sky and Twitter. For tonight's stream, I drew Metis, a very Japanese woman to the point that even her lab coat has Japanese sleeves, but sure, AA Universe.
this is America. True. This is really pretty. I like the very solemn expression. The watercolors like work very well for the general, like, I guess, I don't know, it's just like a very serene vibe. The pattern. Hold on, let me zoom in on that. Yeah. You did a really good job with the pattern work here. That's very, very pretty. Yeah. Fantastic work as always, Chiyoko. You did a great job. Actually, funny, by the way, that you say the burger joke, chat, because we're having burgers, and they're probably going to be about ready by the time I wrap up here, so... Yet another Ace Attorney night ending with burgers. And we cooked with art as well. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Very, very good fan art, as usual. Thank you, Chiyoko, for submitting it. And, yeah. I will see you guys on Friday for Arc 5 of Higurashi. I will, unfortunately, not see you with Ace Attorney again until the Tuesday after next. I know that sucks, but what can you do? However, next Tuesday, I will tell you. I'm not going to tell you exactly what I'm doing, but I hope you'll be able to hang on for that week pause, because on next Tuesday, I'm going to be doing something sort of special that I haven't done on a stream in a pretty long time. It is a type of stream that I have done before, but I have not done it in a while. So, look forward to that. Chew on that for a while, will ya? Anywho, thanks so much for watching. Next time we resume this, we'll probably finish the game. I'm excited. So, yeah. See you later. Bye!
And then a letter from Maya came. You remember Maya? She was always in this old trials. And then Pearl was there, and that was really cool. And then there was this big twist. And oh my goodness. Oh God, I left the microphone on again. I'm so sorry, bailiff. We need to replace this faulty equipment. Hello, Internet.